Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Tonight we're going to try to do a bit of a power wash marathon. New Year's is a good excuse for that kind of thing, and I also want to get a lot of this finished. We have a lot of DLC and the like that we haven't seen. So hopefully we'll get to see a bunch of it, or at least a lot of it. Before we do, though, let's check in with the kitties. We have Sherbet having taken Ember's spot, and Ember having retreated to the shelf as a result. Sammy is up on the bed. It is unclear where Mason is. And Sky is on my lap. Hello there, Otel. Yeah, we've been making good progress on our game motel. During the last stream, we have rudimentary gameplay in place. Character can move, character can be defeated, enemies can be defeated, all that good stuff. Now it is down to expansion and refinement. More features, better features. We are looking at expanding our streams a little bit, Otel. I do want to start a little bit sooner and maybe run a little bit later. I don't know how that will help your viewing options, but with hopefully it would actually help that. We used to stream for longer, and I want to get back to that. I think the coding helps in mixing things up anyway. All right, though, let's hop into it. Pushing all the buttons. We got through the caterpillar's mushroom level, and now it's on to the Mad Tea Party. Is a table not a table? Why, when it's unpalatable. When it's an unpalatable. I feel like the N spoils that a little bit, when it's unpalatable. Of course. And when is a tea not for me? When it's someone else's property. Okay, here's an easier one. Why is a raven like a writing desk? No idea. Me neither. It doesn't matter a jot. Unanswers are always so much more interesting anyway. Yeah, that's something I think we were talking about last time we were playing, is there are a lot of questions that are better if you consider them kind of rhetorical questions or just questions for the sake of talking about the question and about how you would think about answering, not in thinking about the arbitrary answer. We've been recently visited by somebody that does a lot of would you rather questions. Of course, if you don't know the unanswer either, then you'd better come clean. The table is dirty after all, and we can't have you just standing there like a sprightly little pepper pot. Hop to it. In truth, the March Hare is forever complaining about how grubby everything is. But when a plate gets dirty, I just move everything along one space, so I can't really see the issue. The Mad Hatter and the March Hare. So the Mad Hatter is based off of the concept of mercury poisoning from hat bands in the old times of hattering. March Hare is, I believe, one of the seasons where the male hares are real competitive, and the way they fight with each other is like leaping around, punching at each other. So in some ways, both of them are characters that imply a kind of madness. Hey, Diminished, welcome. We are just getting started. We're going to see how long we can run tonight. Hello, Sky. Sky is doing a lot better. Still a bit runny-eyed, but very clearly the swelling is way down. So, hey, we are dormouse sized. Key to a good cup of tea is to always put the milk in first. Yellow surfaces are some of the worst to deal with in this game. Then the butter, then the eggs, and finally the ham. I feel like we've definitely crossed into soup. Setting aside the, coffee is bean soup. Or bean water. Depending on how you want to take it. If you're adding like ham, eggs, butter, that kind of thing, you're definitely into some sort of soup territory or elsewhere than tea. Yeah, I hope everybody's having a good new year or had a good new year. I'm not sure where the time zones fall in that regard. But hopefully the time in general is good. At this range, the Trident can be a little fiddly because you can get the 3 streams separated. You just have to sweep slower. See if we can get this plate in the surroundings. Perhaps dish cleaned off first. I don't know how much more Alice in Wonderland stuff there is. We've got to have at least one more area after this. There has to be there has to be some sort of Red Queen area. Hey there, Florian. Happy New Year to you as well. Sam, we're going to see how far we can get tonight before either New Year's begins on this side of things or I get too tired to continue. One or the other. For now, we are scrubbing the tea party. Given the stains on the plate and the fact that it's a spoon, I suspect this was like for jam. Go for the stack of teacups next. Also mentioning we've hit a milestone with our game dev. It is actually in a state where you could actually consider it a game. There is a starting state, there is a loss condition. There is no end state. It is just a, continue for as long as you can, and you can mess with the items. But that forms the foundation of our actual gameplay. And now we can begin to move towards the preferred actual state, instead of being tied down working on all of the systems still. I expect there will still be new systems, but we've got the core. Big progress. Yep. Endless mode is a thing. But we do want to have an actual, condition to it. I think the next gameplay element that I want to start looking at is the flow of an enemy spawn sequence. They have an enemy spawn sequence. We start by spawning this thing, and then after this much time, we start spawning this other thing. And have a way to define that. Clearly, we're going to have to get elevated here so that we can hit the interior of the cups, but for now we're going to hit as much of the exterior as we can and limit the amount of ladder shenanigans that we must do. Also, hello, Tass. Gonna see how long our New Year's stream lasts. Use a different nozzle at this range. General go is to go until New Year's, or I get too tired to continue, or we run out of power washing to do. I suspect one of the first two is the more likely event, because there's a lot of power washing we can do. It's Halloween, winter, Shrek, Back to the Future. It also means we won't. It effectively means we won't run out during this endeavor, which is good. Again, demonstrating the unexpected amount of parkour that you need to do to power wash. Hey there, James. so much filth. There's a little teacup. Oh, there's a little teacup inside that one. I acknowledge you, Sky. I do. I know. Little left on that one. Just gonna try to get some incidental hit on it. See if we can spot the I think we need to move the ladder. Oh. Yes, hello, Sky. Well, hey, Crooked Gamer. Haven't seen you in a bit. Happy New Year's to you as well. We're doing a bit of a Powerwash Simulator marathon today. There is much content that I have not finished. Shall attempt to rectify that. Handle. Oh. Hello, Sky. Yes. Sky demands chin scratches. I think we've got the teacup stack. Hello, 10. Not the right one, but a sort of a holiday nonetheless. Happy New Year's and whatnot. Doing a power wash marathon today. Chill grime stripping water action to relax to. Yeah. We're going to see how much Power Wash Simulator content we can get done today. This guy's going to see how close he can get his paws to my mouse hand. It's like mob farms in Minecraft are one of those particular idiosyncrasies of that game. The villager farms were my favorite, particularly morbid aspect. The ones that are essentially a giant bunch of cubicles where villagers get trapped, and either they're selling what you want or you hit a button and they are disposed of. Very twisty watch. Very Salvador Dali going on there, you know? Nice that they're not making us get right up under that crease between the tables. Hopefully someday they'll get their act together with Minecraft. Like, I mean, it's still there. It's still Minecraft in general. I do feel like they've lost a bit of the spirit. Bendy spoon. It's ultimately the fact that what we see as far as new content often ends up just being mob votes, and those are spaced out. Yeah, get a skeleton crew together and do the bare minimum to pretend to get people interested. Hey there, Strawberry. Welcome once again. We're doing our New Year's Power Wash Marathon. Cracked teacup glue. Okay, that's what that is. It's like he used the gloppiest epoxy, you know? And I'm certainly not going to tell you to capitalism more, but additionally, Minecraft is not exactly an expensive one for what you get. Which I think is one of the best ways to view game quality. Kind of enjoyment time per dollar. Or, you know, per unit monies. But for those that I haven't yet, Happy New Year's. Things are already going well for you. Spoon yet conceals more filth. There we go. On to the next table. The opening dialogue for this level, or, you know, thematic message, leaned into the idea that the table is filthy because of the way that the Hatter would just, you know, as soon as the current place was sufficiently full of trash and grubby, they would just set new places and move further down the table. So we can see multiple tables just kind of shoved into place. Now, you'd think, given that, you know, there are a lot of, like, free mobile games and whatnot, that would make them the best because of that rating. But often mobile games have an eventual, like, or some free games have a non-free element that is lurking in the wings. So the corresponding metric to kind of enjoyment per unit monies is frustration per unit monies. You know, you have the classic, oh, you know, you are happy with the way the game is going, right? Well, you could keep playing if you gave us some monies. On to the sandwiches. Do you suppose is the more sensible to? What do you suppose is the more sensible, to eat 3 square meals a day or 4 triangular ones? And the sad thing, like the further sad thing about that model, in addition to, you know, the unbridled greed aspect, is a lot of times those microtransactions that are bait because they remove frustration, in that same act also remove core gameplay. That is, the grind to get those components is the primary gameplay. So if you take that away, what is left? I mean, one would assume if it's three square meals, then you'd have like 6 triangular meals. Split it on the diagonal. Or perhaps even more. The math would be kind of fiddly to get 3 equally sized triangles out of 4 squares. Like, it's certainly not impossible, but it'd be a hassle. Absolutely. There are a lot of free-to-plays that are held back by the attempts to hyper-monetize them. Like, it's okay to make money. Just, you know, there are other ways to go about it. And apparently... I haven't played it, but the new Marvel Versus is following the same pattern that Helldivers is, with its things like, you know, your Battle Pass style stuff, where there is a series of extra content that you can grind to unlock. Well, they remove the FOMO aspect. Is if you, as soon as that line of rewards is available, it's always there. You can get it eventually. So you don't have that, hey, give us money to accelerate this, otherwise you miss out concept. They remove the core dark pattern to battle passes. And one can hope that we get more games that at least go that route if they're going to go live service. In and out the gramophone. Like, I definitely get the rest of the goo, but so we have verdigris and grime, and then blackberry jam in the gramophone. Like, I get, you know, oh, they're not cleaning it, so it gets grubby, and there's a little, what amounts to, you know, oxidation. But given the position of the jam, somebody, like, 3-pointered that in there. Might be apparent. We are working on getting our schedule in advance. I technically have it planned through much of the week, and I'm posting them with a couple of days already planned out so that you can see what and when a little more easily. I suspect it's hoping it will be a better experience for everybody involved, me included, if you know what's coming up. Means there isn't the quandary of whether a stream is even happening today, as well as I don't have to scramble and decide what the stream would be today if it is going to happen. It's win-win. Imagine if things like Honkai and Genshin and the like did not have the gacha element. Like, I know, there's always somebody that's like, well, you can play through all of those games with just the base characters. Yeah, but there are awesome other characters there, too, that have different play styles and options and whatnot. Like the eventual option to use all of the game content, please and thank you. Loot box mechanics do not guarantee that in any fashion. On top of that, Hoyoverse definitely subscribes to the FOMO factor of a gacha. And that's that the particular banners are available only for windows of time. And they also make a big deal about a particular banner set returning, or, oh, this new one contains this character that we haven't offered in so long. This. Suspect then we have to. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. Playing tic-tac-toe in the muck. Which is largely tea grime. If you're producing that much splash onto the table, you are no longer drinking. You are doing things like quaffing. Technically some of it gets in your mouth, but there's a splash radius. You get the full body tea experience that way, you know? Hey there, Tube. Tube. Do let me know if there's a particular way you'd like me to pronounce your handle, folks. Oh, very nice. Happy impending New Year. There it is. It attempts to hide itself. Let's see, we've got 7.5-ish hours over here. As I mentioned, we're gonna see how long we can keep. And Cheshire Cat somewhere. Oh, I wondered what that was. It looked like there was like a butter pat or something like that in there. That was the cat. It's only made freakier in this by the laugh and its like kind of alien appearance. Really? So far, this is a very straightforward level. You get... It already has very built-in target zones. Very mangled fork. Fork has been through some stuff. On to this little... Is it this size? It's still a candelabra. I know there's some nuance to the names of some of these things where it's, you know, sometimes we call it that, but it has a more accurate name based on some detail, you know? No, oh, but it's green, so we drop the E. Well, there's the Cheshire Cat again. It has changed size and jumped around. For science. Okay. Give him the old water bottle spritz treatment. That's another aspect of one of those avoid truisms, is the cats hate water truism. There are plenty of easily found cases of cats that like domestic cats that love water. Oh yeah. We have many cat cams in order to find our various kitties. Let's see. All 5 of them are on camera. I mean, mostly on camera. So that was, let's see, Mason and Sammy on the bed. Sherbet is like 1 to 2/3 on the top center camera. Then Sky in the upper right. And Ember on the lower right over on the shelf. I'm very slowly plotting out a way to make my camera network more flexible. I found some solutions that are not terribly expensive, but they do have a initial logistical expense. Saw a video of a cat that like loved the shower, to the extent where it wanted to go into the shower with its owners, and it wasn't just a like, it wasn't the classic, oh, I want to see what's in there but I don't like it once I'm in there cat behavior. It was the cat wanted to go in there and get soaked. It would even go in there by itself. Bog standard domestic short hair. from the central point of view and then leap to each one. I think the ones I'm using are Amcrest wireless pan and tilt. They're okay. But they necessitate getting USB power sources to them. And wireless, they are prone to occasionally freezing up. Not as bad as when I was trying to use NDI feeds. But they're prone to freezing up a little bit, and the quality is not as reliable as I'd like. I'll mention camera 1 a lot. It's the one that Ember and Sherbet tend to be on across from my keyboard. That one freezes a lot. The camera that is currently active, every day will do a hard reboot in the morning. I do not know why it do that, but it do that. The ones I'm looking at are Power over Ethernet cameras. They don't pan and tilt, but Power over Ethernet tends to get you some better quality for cost, but it necessitates running powered Ethernet cable. And most of them are fixed security cameras, like they're meant to be latched in place and are a little heavier duty. But I have found the correct terminology to find manufacturers of a thing that is a shop track, which you can see in some manufacturing settings, where they have things like long tubes for things like vacuums or similar draped across tracks on the ceiling such that they can be pulled around. Or things like very heavy-duty curtains. So you can get that such that a mounting point can be slid along the track and locked in place. So I could get tracks set up to position the cameras, but it would then allow me to reposition them in a straightforward fashion, since I just have to run the Ethernet cable along the track as well. Yeah, it is a hassle to find good hobby use cameras. You have a whole lot of them have shifted to Internet of Things style, with obligatory upload to the cloud style behavior on their cloud network. Some of them, I think, like you're mentioning, have firmware hacks you can do, but I've encountered at least one where newer versions of the camera actually break the ability to do that firmware hack. I encountered one that, let's see, scones. First they're here's and then they're gones. There was a good wired one that had the full NVR connection, all of that stuff. It had everything I'd want, except it had a Internet of Things style cloud connection, which you had to use to initially set up the camera. Which, okay, great. You use it to do the initial configuration. You set up the local control of the camera, and then you disconnect it from the internet and you remove the Internet of Things aspect. It would cease to work if you did that. Like, the internals of the camera were set up such that if it couldn't get to the internet, it did not work. So I found, looking for actual security cameras, not paranoid homeowner security cameras, like the ones that you will often see advertised. Not those. You want, like, store security camera. You know, CCTV style cameras. Right now, I ensure that my cameras don't have a phone home, in that they are on an isolated wireless network that has no internet connection. There is a convoluted teapot. Alright, teapot accounted for. On to the next table. Square up the edges of the grime a little bit, so we don't have that kind of indistinct or fuzzy line around the edge, you know? You square up terribly loosely. But yeah, I said, considering some new ways to do the camera hardware, but that's kind of a future consideration. There's some expense involved there. Remarkably less than I would have thought. Said the PoE cameras are not terribly expensive compared to some of their counterparts for what you get. Lose the pan and tilt, but that would be what the ability to reposition them would be for. Get that ladder out of the way, but we have to do the preliminary cleaning first. So that we don't just put it in the way somewhere else. Later this week, we're going to try a bit of another game in this vein called Crime Scene Cleaner. Now, I don't know how much I'll enjoy it given the time-limited element. If that's something that can be turned off, I'll turn it off immediately. But, you know, this but morbid. It looks like it has a lot of the aspects of that Viscera cleanup detail, but without the wonky physics. Some of the stuff almost reminded me of those house flipper games. At least in the promotional material. You know, the demo reels and the like. Which don't always do the best job of indicating what real gameplay is like, but, you know, makes it promising. Thanks for swinging through, Tube, and I hope your new year starts off well as well. Everybody's new year is ultimately as good as it can be, because we are living in interesting times. And the fashion of the old saying. Stack o' hats. Wibbly wobbly top hats. Wibbly. Ah, it's a pouch. Little erratic in the cleaning pattern here. Try to get as much as I can before I shift perspective. So that I spend less time retreading when I eventually climb up it. Scrub, scrub, scrub. The various tools of the trade stuck into the rim of the hat there. The wibbly scissors. At the very least, they have a bit of curvature to them. I don't know if I mentioned it. Sky is definitely doing a lot better. Eyes are much less swollen, still a little bit runny. But it's clear time and the eye drops are doing their job. Still doesn't like getting the eye drops, but they're definitely helping. Get it close and get the spots that are a hassle to try to use the trident on, as well as that we have to look up from low to see. very small amount of it left on this part. It's nice. And now we might as well ascend. Now we've moved the tools. We can get this spot. Tricky bit there, what with the curled over hat. Bit of blackberry jam on that one. Oops. They did change the way the ladders work. They're stickier. You essentially have to take action to let go of the ladder, whereas originally it was kind of easy to launch yourself off of it as you climbed it. So as demonstrated, you still can fall off of it, but it'll be because you let go of it when you were not far enough up it. As opposed to, oops, you had too much momentum. We'll see you when you re-enter orbit. Let's get better around to that side. Excellent. It is a certainty that we won't complete all of the remaining content for Power Wash, but the endeavor is to see how far we get, you know? It's about the journey, not the destination, all that. Well, thank you, Diminished. I appreciate it. You know, been a bit. For those that haven't seen. Everything on the purple table, so on to the pink table. Before, let's get the edge defined. I still love how in some levels, it's hard to tell where things like... It can be hard to tell where the floor ends and the wall begins when you're looking at it through the pulse like that. Or even because the lighting isn't great, even without the pulse. Tea grime and cake smears now. Doing this defines boundaries. It lets you convert the overall job into a series of small jobs. That paired with the immediate reward that you get for completing an object, the ding, is a good way to reduce the scope of the task, but also maximize that reward feeling, maximize your opportunities for immediate feedback. But like by coordinating it off here, I'm saying I'm going to complete this thing, and I will get the rewards for clearing this thing before I move on to others. I know for some folks with ADHD, that can be a way to handle bigger, more complicated projects. You got to be careful how you break up those projects so you don't just turn it into a series of rewardless tasks or equally overcomplicated tasks. There needs to be a point where a thing can be finished, you know? The look at this, we did a thing factor. Not unlike our progress with our game. That it doesn't have to be that the thing is done. You know, programming business terms, it's not, it doesn't have to be shippable. We just need to be able to point at it and say, that is complete. Even if only temporarily. Yolk is the jug. Clean up the space around the jug. At best tangentially related to power washing, insofar as a tool of it. Got some additional nozzles for my FDM printer. And I want to twofold is I want to get it set up to make some additional things for the cats. I want to set up some alternate hockey pucks, primarily for Mason. And I also want to start deploying it for ways to further organize some of the tools that I use around the factory here. Some of the things are very easy to accidentally bump, cause a bit of havoc as a result. Figuring out how to make things like some brackets to put them in, that kind of stuff. March Hare informs me that in educated circles, scones rhymes with bones. Like, scoans? Huh. Either forget what I just said or what I said earlier. It's entirely up to you. Let's see, this one has cake and strawberry jam. Which do you folks prefer? Jams, jellies, or preserves? Personally, I like jam. It's all sugary goo, ultimately. But I feel like for me, jellies tend towards it's much more on the sugary goo side, and preserves tend to be more on the sugary goo with big chunks. I kind of prefer the in-between place. Now, if I had to choose a second, it would be jellies. I still prefer not to chew my sugary goo. You know, I've heard the word used, but I don't really know what a compote is. Sounds to me like it might be one of those very trendy ways to present or to name a thing that already exists. Okay. Actually, large number of ladders available on the pink table. On to this cup and saucer here. Now, one of the things they're demonstrating here is the use of jams as a tea additive. Mixing a spoonful into the tea, or in this particular case, lobbing it across the table. But either way, it does seem to be making it into the tea sometimes. Not enough of a fan of this type of tea to dive into that further personally. I do like a good chai or chai latte. I'm aware that that is a kind of like a tea. I believe a definition of chai is effectively tea. That could be a good kind of like Katamari game. Would be, it's not about growing the ball as big as possible. It is about cleaning a space. So you get the classic like kids room mechanic of rolling everything into a gigantic pile and then ramming it into the closet or under the bed, you know? the ending score screen for a round could be how far the person is thrown when they force the door to the concealed location open. That one here. There. Fun thing with ideas about games like this, like we're talking about, hey, wouldn't it be cool if, is finding out that that already exists, you know? Some time ago, I thought of, hey, wouldn't it be cool if there was a fighting game that essentially played out in slow motion, where you have a great deal of time to begin and plot out movements, and then once the round was fully resolved, you play it back at full speed and see how things looked from the outside. And that exists now. It's like all you have is hustle or something like that, where you effectively have a process of adding movements and whatnot to time slices in order to play out the fight slower, but then the option to, replay it at full speed. Which is neat. Rub away this chunk here. About that. The cheese. Let's see. Strawberry jam, grime, and mold. And that looked just delicious. Shifted my hand just enough to activate the A key. Sudden unintended glide to the left. I mean, if not visibly moldy, that cheese is definitely oxidized to take hits from this thing. the varying thickness of the plates. These are dense saucers. But it's not the same thickness across the entirety of it. Use of density was not accurate at all, you know. Wrong term. For all we know, the thickest spot could be the least dense. How about this hourglass? Yeah. Beverage. It's very pretty once you reveal it. For effective trident use. A little bit tricky to see some of the dirt on the hourglass body itself. That cake stand's going to be a bit of an adventure. Is our friend still up on that chair? I mean, there are wider nozzles, but past like the earliest stages in the game, they don't have enough pressure to have a certainty that you'll have scraped off whatever you're hitting with it. So you end up having to make narrower passes with it anyway, that you might as well use a narrower, stronger nozzle. Which is why I use the Trident so often, is it has coverage at the right ranges between the most focused nozzles and the yellow nozzle. And the yellow nozzle is very reliable already. So you get the effectiveness of the red nozzle, one of the earliest focused nozzles, paired with increased coverage. As mentioned before, it does have the factor that if you get too close, it becomes 3 offset red nozzles, which not terribly useful. This is the secret tech of Powerwash Simulator, folks. Oh, I mean, you do. You do have, so you have pressure in what it can do, like the strength of it, which this is almost universally the scale, is what it can strip with just the pressure. You have the nozzle, which influences that as well, but you can also attach soap. That will have a drastic impact on what you're doing. Like, this is very tangible when you use them. But they're consumables and they're a hassle. And I am the type of person that ends up with an inventory absolutely choked with healing potions at the end of an RPG. I simply cannot bring myself to use consumables when just I could grind it out with higher levels. Oh, yeah. If they actually had the surface physics aspect to it, frankly, I would think that would end up making the game much less enjoyable for most folks. But it's an interesting concept, the idea of, you want to wash top to bottom and you need to control where the different liquids go. I've seen some videos of the process for washing rugs. It is involved. pressure washers are part of the process. But you could also have things like surface-specific stuff. Like there are pressure washers that are specifically for large flat surfaces, like the tablecloth here. They look like floor waxers, but they have rotating nozzles underneath them. Yeah, I mean, if you made it so that the use of the chemicals was not effectively discouraged, like that money is a finite amount unless like replaying levels gets it back for you, but that's a grind, that's a time commitment. So any use of the cleaners that isn't optimized is a loss of the primary score indicator, or value indicator that you are given. Is you are given monies for completion. If you removed that and made it so that the use of the chemicals was an important aspect of it in various ways, then that would be interesting, And I think that's we're not going to see that necessarily that level of complexity, but there's more varied tool use in that crime scene cleaner, and I'm hoping it works out. Everything from, scrub sponges, squeegees, hoses, all kinds of stuff in it. As well as it looks like being able to damage stuff with some of the tools. So don't use the thing that will smash the thing that you're trying to clean. No, don't take the pressure washer to the painting. If they ever decided to make a sequel, that's the kind of thing that I would like to see. I agree on that. Is a little bit more complexity. Like, I don't want it to again be again, it should not feel as if there is a waste that you have triggered unless you do it perfectly. But at the very least, there should be a substantial difference. Ultimately, at best, there should be some where it's just, the water is just inefficient at doing this. But I suspect, and at least personally, the simplicity of the the options here is part of the charm. Scones, scones, scones. Good for your bones and my how you've grown. Groans indeed. Speaking of which, fret not, child. I'm certain a growth spurt lays just around the corner. We are indeed itty-bitty right now. Gnarled tree look to it. Gonna get some of this out of the way, and then I'm going to back up and get under the branches. You know, I suspect there's also, like... No, there's gotta be, because there's speedrunning of everything. But I suspect the consumables make their way into speedrunning of this more. Since it would let you use wider nozzles on some of the materials, but that would require extensive knowledge of the locations of each of the types of muck on each level. But it's about time for a break. I will be right back, folks. And we're back. Get some stuff done. But back in we go. Is this subdivided? Looks like it is. Yeah. Excellent. Cake Tower. There we go. As much as we can from down here and in general around without changing nozzles. We'll at least need to change the range part of it. Do a kitty cat check here. Sky has returned. He needed his eye drops, and he wasn't thrilled. Little intermediary rewards. Let's go a little further. Anybody have any New Year's resolutions they're planning? Going for the... I want to get the longer, more regular streams rolling again. Our act back together, you know? Hello, Ember. Hello. Come on. Yeah, there you go. And come on. There you go. See how much of this stuff I can hit using only the mouse here. One does not deny Ember her snuggles. Alternating hands. You have to kind of cradle her a bit. No, not really. But it's more that she wants to be held. As opposed to supported. It's the top side of this branch that's really left. Ooh, there she goes. Little bit, Lunar, a little bit. Can't remember what it was called, but I saw like a promo of. It was one of those like co-op experiences as well, but it was effectively you being a cleaner for kind of a classic trapped dungeon. So having to dodge swinging pendulums and whatnot as you moved around the place. Well, some of those look fun. Some of them also end up being effectively streamer bait, where they're hoping for that, like, it'll be just enough to get people to advertise it for you, to get people to buy in, but that the primary attraction that the game ends up having is the kind of hijinks of streamers, as opposed to what you can actually expect in the game. effectively, it's good because good actors were involved. The public lobby Among Us experience. Put another way, it's fun to watch people that I already consider entertaining to watch do this thing, but doing it myself is not as enjoyable. Like, there's a person that I will watch League of Legends gameplay videos for, but at the same time, those videos also reaffirm to me that I'm not terribly interested in playing it myself unless it was just with a group of friends that I already enjoy playing with. This might be why there are multiple ladders. Or so many extra ladders. Yeah, there we go. That ladder and put that there. Carry this ladder up here. Don't get a lot of these, like, multi-stage climbing areas in this. They do exist. I think one of the carnival ride ones had a lot of, like, verticality to them where extra ladders would be useful. But still wasn't required. This is definitely one of those, you're not completing it without extra ladders. But yeah, you get some sort of mechanism added in where there are substances that the water doesn't break down as well. Like, it's not something that you could effectively say it runs off clean. So spraying it might just, like, ooze it around or thin it out, but it doesn't really get rid of it. Or at least you'd have to, like, guide it to a disposal area. That could still ultimately keep that feel of simplicity, because it is something that you could still try to manage. And again, it doesn't penalize you for trying to deal with it when you could just deal with it with a similar efficiency otherwise. Even early on, when you don't have a sprayer that is as capable of tearing through everything, except the surfaces that you are cleaning. The solution to some of the stains is just get closer. I mean, kind of like what we're doing right here is we're right up next to it with the second narrowest nozzle stream here. So with the most powerful pressure washer, so it doesn't really matter what the stuff is, as long as I am systematic about this, it is going to come up in at most 2 passes. And in general, 1 pass. If we look at, say, I take the white nozzle, the widest one, and I do a quick sweep across it, there's still a lot left. If it was less powerful pressure washer, then there would be more to that, but you can actually get thinned out remnants left. You clean off the dirt, but the thick rust is still there, kind of stuff. Cheshire Cat is actually napping there. Doesn't have its freaky spiral eyes. Almost has an insect-like gaze because of that. See, we are approaching, like, what, a couple months out from the release of Monster Hunter Wilds? Like mid to late February, I think. Once that happens, that's, at a bare minimum, that's our gaming streams for a while, folks. That sponge, the sponge on that cake is remarkably intact. I mean, we're setting aside the fact that this pressure washer doesn't harm structures. Talking more of the dense coating of jam and grime that the sponge end. Let's see, is this... Okay, it doesn't indicate whether it is a fondant or something like that, but they're very pale colors with black goo over them. Very complicated slice of cake on top of this. I mean, it's exactly what it is, but this is your very fancy, like, cafe cake. Did not expect that the cake strawberries were protruding from the side. On to the next plate. Also looks like, based on what the developer has said in regards to Wilds, they're being very responsive to all the feedback that they got during the beta. That is not a raspberry. It's shaped like a raspberry, but that's not a natural color for anything. It's not a color you could safely induce a raspberry to take on. What's left on the list? We have one of the cake strawberries, apparent, or the top strawberry, I bet. Then one of the branches. One of the saucers somewhere, and the sugar pot. It's the sugar pot. That branch up there. This guy is bullying Ember again. This guy's only advantage in that confrontation is size. Ember is much fiercer than him. There we go. There we go. I can see it over there. Up to the strawberry layer. go find out which saucer we missed. That one. All right, show us the recap. Oh man, we get a good pan out. So, top center of the blue area, you could see the small Cheshire cat on that little plate initially. And as soon as we got near it, it teleported up in a larger size on the back of the chair. Oh, how marvelous. I've lost a curious pile of jam and gained a hat. And the timing couldn't be perfecter. It's the March Hare's 445th unbirthday, and everyone's invited. Be sure to let dear Alice know, won't you? I'm sure she went that way. No, wait, it's my unbirthday. It is? Of course it is. Of course, of breakfast, tea, and dinner. Pile it up and shower with sauce till every spoonful's a winner. Yep, Queen of Hearts Court. Why is it, do we wonder, that wherever I go, everybody suddenly loses their head? Me, I'm the reason, so I suggest you get to it at once, whatever it is, and be quick about it. As soon as we've apprehended this Alice absconder, we'll be needing a quick and thorough trial. Footprints looping around here. Come on, chop chop. What's your problem, Sherbet? Huh? My keyboard might need a scrubbing of its own. I'm getting a lot of unexpected input jolts here. Jump up and around and climb. chess piece decorations here. No, I wonder how many people end up seeing Alice in Wonder. That how many people in current generations see Alice in Wonderland content and think, "Oh, they're referencing Deltarune or something like that." You know, elements like that where one piece of media takes inspiration from another, but that uh, the piece of media that was the original inspiration falls out of visibility. And without context, people assume that it worked the other way around. Let's see. Jump down here is largely to get a view on the outside railing. The outside of the railing. Looks like that. Okay, that's part of the considered part of the railing. Definitely being disorderly with the sweep pattern here, but you know, we'll make it work. One object at a time. We have the curved card croquet pathway. Kind of getting into the zone here. In that regard. If you have questions or you just want to chat, feel free. This is not an intense game, but it is easy to get fully wrapped up in it. Hello there, Raptor. Happy New Year to you as well. You've still got like 5.5 hours here. Yeah, in any event, Happy New Year to you. We're going to be seeing how long we can play Power Washer today. Time zones create some really wild moments, and New Year's is one of them. I can say definitely from a database perspective, New Year's can be wild if you did not account for it in data structure. Most recently, I have been using C#. I have had exposure to C and Visual Basic, some SQL, JavaScript, all kinds of stuff. Our game development project is in C using the Godot engine. Though we have started dabbling in shader language, which is generally C-derived. Ember is playing off. Let's see if we can spot her. I can tell you that is the nature of programming. One, it's really common for people that get into programming to succumb to imposter syndrome. There are a lot of different technologies and languages that you can use. And there are a lot, and each of those has its plenty of use cases and ways to use them. So ultimately, it's very likely that anybody tells you that they are an expert in that language in all ways probably is omitting some facts. Put another way, it's kind of a state of being. You will always feel like a beginner. You think you've got everything, there will be some new variation of the tech that resets that bar. Googling things is a natural part of programming. If at any point somebody tries to tell you that you should be able to quote APIs in something like line and verse, they're full of it. You look that stuff up. You look that stuff up and make sure you're doing it right. Goal is to make it work properly, not demonstrate that you memorized an API document. Now, I understand in classroom environments, they're going to often have you do things closed book, though I have encountered plenty where they don't care. Because they structure the problem such that the solution cannot just be looked up. I once graded for a computer science professor, and I can say with confidence that students trying to pass off bad ChatGPT generated code has got to be already a huge headache. So you can't see it because she's running around, but Ember cries when she's playing. Normally she trills. But when she is playing, it is a full meow, and it sounds like she's having a bad time. I mean, with a lot of cases, like I said, you generally structure the problem so you know if it's like an auto-generated answer. Because you can specify it such that they have to get the algorithm working how you want it to. Even better, you can just go in and ask in a prompt, write me a solution to this. And you will be able to easily spot plenty of them using that kind of method. Because you don't want to risk increasing randomization on code. Which means you're very likely to get similar results across the board when when a predictive algorithm spits out its answer. Because, I mean, a vast majority of them are going to be trained on GitHub scrapings. Yeah, you know, I've never seen it listed, but like AI art has particular things that, despite what people say, still crop up unless you are incredibly careful in your review and your prompting of it. Like, those artifacts still exist. The too many fingers, incorrect perspective kind of flaws. I wonder what the corresponding ones for code are. Hey there, Lore. Welcome. I remember that one. Where they did an excellent job. It was an image where they essentially presented it as like, hey, new generative art is sometimes getting harder to spot. Here are some things that you can look for, with some samples in an image. And up at the top, you can see essentially red drawing on it showing like circling stuff like, hey, you can see that this light is different, that kind of thing. And it starts at the top. And those red circles naturally draw your eye up there. And as you go down the image, the oddities increase in severity. With things like the coffee or beer that she has in a mug in front of her has the froth on the top and the bottom. And the once you get all the way down to the bottom, the hands that she should have placed on the table in front of her are feet. And I mean, that's the thing to remember again and again. And the reason that I try not to say AI and I try not to say things like think and knows and similar is those are all inaccurate. To the extent where we ultimately shouldn't call the scripts in similar that run bots in games, your AI opponents, we shouldn't call that AI. There is no intelligence on display. Most often, your bot opponents use a script. A dedicated if A then B script. It is clear with several of the generative programs out there, the predictive programs for art and for text, that somebody has gone in to the actual predictive algorithm, which is a emergent algorithm, one that you can't tell precisely how it will result from the data and why. And then they will add hard scripted controls to it so that it won't give particular answers, that it will react to particular inputs in an exact way. I don't suppose you've seen a 2-mile-high child, have you? Goes by the name of Alice. Last seen in this very spot, disrupting crucial legal proceedings with a sudden So there have been plenty of cases where predictive writing algorithms start spitting out hate speech because they derive their source data is derived from samples from the internet. And it is really, really, really easy to find vile messages on the internet. So you have to go in and you have to add like hard restrictions on it to say, I don't want you to use this kind of data. So either you have to curate what goes into the actual training data, training again being one of those deceptive words, but anyway, or you have to do hard coding afterwards to prevent things that you don't want to be in there to come through. But having to do that means it's in there. It's only that you have had a programmer, at the very least a scripter, go in and say, you know, any output that contains this needs to be replaced with that. You know, no, I won't do that. It's against TOS kind of things. Interestingly, we do have some laws that will impact programs like this, not because they directly target the companies, but because they target the usage of it, the effectively the impersonation of individuals' things. And despite the fact that people are commenting on them as like, oh, you know, they're to prevent deep fakes, it's if you make and post art that is in every way the style of a particular artist, insofar as your actions cause people to either assume that the artist is plagiarizing you or that you pose as the artist, that could be construed as impersonating them. Even setting aside the fraud and similar, is you can dodge the tech bro defense of, you know, oh well, regular artists take inspiration from other things. Again, the reason that we should not be using terms like thinking and learning is, you know, there is no taking of inspiration. There is no learning happening. Oh, this is excellent. I just noticed what I was cleaning. These are roses that have their stalks are painted white, the thorns are painted black, and the blossoms are painted red. Very nice. Who's been painting my roses red? This one. Up here, let's get the top side of these others. How you doing, Ember? Yeah. Uh-huh. I demand hugs. That one, Laura, is Sherbet. He is third smallest. He's a little bit bigger than Sammy. He is Mason's probable sibling. And the most skittish of them now. Have yet to be able to trim his paws. But he is in what is usually Ember's spot, which he also likes. And the fact that he has been taking it, I think, has encouraged Sammy to start taking it too. So I not infrequently see Ember kind of conceding over to the shelf one. Oh, yep. Now. This place definitely got trashed. Need a ladder for some of this one. Given how runny the paint still looked while we're cleaning it, it's actually kind of plausible that we can so easily strip it. I know in the Disney iteration when they presented this, it was just a bunch of dudes with buckets of paint running around and just slathering it on everything they could find. K cards. Is running around again. Okay. Didn't see where he was hiding. We got close to the Cheshire Cat again. Both, I guess, convenient and inconvenient that they have astroturfed this entire area. Convenient in that I can use the pressure washer to clean it off, and inconvenient because I have to use the pressure washer to clean it off. Another one of those, they think that this is a positive message kind of things. And it was, oh, instead of it, I went to the bus station to get to wait to get to work. And I was thinking to myself, oh, I have to wait at the bus station again. But then I thought, what if I just say, I get to wait at the bus station? I get to wake up early in the morning. I get to do, X, Y, Z. And it's like, it's such a more positive outlook than saying I have to. And it's, wow, there's a motivational statement from a position of privilege. I mean, if you find yourself in a position that is true, fantastic. But that's not a matter of reframing. Reeks of the kind of thinking that uses terms like pull yourself up by your bootstraps, Just gotta work harder. Gotta put in 110%. Think positively. Why don't you just smile more? Exactly. I get to live in a dystopia. Yay! I don't know what ticked over, but it was not something that I was looking at directly. I got a residual hit. I had to guess it was one of the symbols on the wall, but still. Collateral than residual, but you know. You get what I'm saying. Eh. Ever onward, ever cleaner. Oh, little flamingo croquet hammers. Or none of the grime on this has been thick enough, or nothing has been far enough away that I've actually needed to use the trident. They're like little rolled up caterpillars. Not the cheating hedgehogs of the Disney version. Oh boy, we still got a ways to go on this one. Like the fact that they're physics objects. Becoming 2 miles tall in the middle of a trial is really one of the rudest things you can do. Would have put her on trial. I would have put her on trial herself, but the knave had stolen a tray of tarts. That, as you know, is the absolute #1 rudest thing you can do. Anywhere. Just got this section cleaned off. There are many sections remaining. Several of the cards have been painted to look like they're the ace of spades on the back of them. Okay, yeah, they're all... A lot of them have aces painted on the back as opposed to what is being shown on the bottom. Okay. On to the next block over here. Include the other roses from next to the ones I cleaned off already. Oh, nice. The path parts before the circle are segmented. Leave that in a moment. much of this path is clearable. There's quite a lot left on it, so I don't think this segment will do anything. It's that way, but let's finish this central loop here. Feeling old tonight, man. I might not make it near as long as I was hoping to. If that ends up being the case, it is what it is, but we're gonna keep going. We're committed to the attempt. Statue base encompasses at least the upper platform, as this upper level as well. Yep. The extra plinth with the red center is also part of the base. Red paint splotch and the dark paint going over the eyes of the little rabbit statues gives them really, gave them some Monty Python bunny vibes, you know? A heart emblem. You've got some red hearts with crowns with X's through them. But we can also see here the implication of all of this was potentially for the white Queen of Hearts. So, to go with the chess piece motif, in addition to the card suit motif. A little bit here. Make this perhaps a little bit too relaxing. But I know myself enough that even a action-y game would not necessarily have a different impact on my wakefulness. Kind of saturate the whole area with water, and we'll get there. Our current goal is to finish this spot. Ideally, we will finish the Wonderland DLC. Definitely starting to trance out a little bit more than expected. Sleep is a bit disrupted by the time cycle that I need to get Sky his meds. Where's that ladder? Pink roses, all repainted to have white stem, black thorns, and red blossoms. Yep. Spray pattern going through the legs of the step stool there. Creating very particular patterns on the ground. Like shadows cast by the legs, etched. Lounge chair. We're getting there. We approach the throne. Oh, we can see the giant footprints. Reminded of a old game called Rampage. It's a game that they made into a mediocre action movie. But the core gimmick was that you are playing as a person that turns into a giant monster. Full kaiju kind of thing. The two characters in the original version of the game are Lizzie and George, a definitely not Godzilla and King Kong pair. I'm reminded of it because their names are just as much their human names. Lizzie and George are people. At the beginning of the game, you see them, wildly mutate and transform, and if you are knocked out, your character will revert to their human form. Which, if you're playing really competitively, is an opportunity for the other person to grab you and eat you. But she turns into a big Alice kaiju, Makes you wonder what Alice's overpowered finishing move that she always saves until the very end of the battle would be. Nevertheless, when someone grows to a prodigious size in the middle of a trial, it's extremely important that you exert your authority. Show dominance. Even when your Imperial Guard are, in essence, a set of gossamer thin playing cards. I was hoping we could perhaps apply the handcuffs while she were distracted by a quality sleight of hand trick. My brilliant scheme undone by street magic. Clean our way back over and all the space around this next rose. I wonder if there's a stage after this, what it would be. So we're definitely going with the full, like, shortened version of the Alice story that a lot of people are going to be familiar with. Twisty surface of the vines and the kind of detailed surface of the roses needs it to be a little bit fiddly to clean in spots. Stuff gets obscured easily. I moved just as I tried to place it, so it restored it to where it was when I picked it up. Switch over to this again. Make sure we're not having to make too many passes on some of this. This whole wall segment should be an independent thing, so it should be clearable. The path might be as well. We'll soon find out. Yep, on one of those. There's some of the surroundings, so I can have the base level completed fully before we move on. Okay. Slice away some more of the area here. I find it makes it more manageable if you subdivide it. Demonstration of a comment I made earlier is it can be easier for some folks if there are a series of small goals you can complete. You know, a tangible thing that you can have done can be easier than presenting larger tasks. I mentioned last time, it's the spray from it actually comes from the nozzle, so it is slightly to the right, and it aims towards the target point. With the assumption that it will strike that point if it's within range, kind of thing. Because it's off to your right, you can get into circumstances where it looks like you should be able to get a little closer, or that you are not too close. And it turns out you are, because it's too close to the hand holding the washer. Up. Now, clear more of the ground off, get the rabbit statue out of there. worse than I know. Oh. Oh, I can't remember what it's called now, but I've downloaded a demo for it. It is a deck builder. It's kind of deck builder meets the House on the Hill board game, with the gimmick being that each time you would expand your deck, you also have the ability to expand the house. Your deck contains things that you use during the action, kind of the resolution phase, where people will enter the haunted house, whether they are like, paranormal influencers or something like that, TV personalities or actual like exorcists and whatnot. However, no sooner had my soldier cards hitched a ride onto Alice than their entire countenance changed. To a man, they clambered onto her shoulders, blew the most outrageous raspberries down upon me, and directed her off into the distance. What, thought I, led to this instantaneous and treacherous turn? Then it dawned on me. Did he learn anything? I mean, I feel confident that the answer is going to be no. I had forgotten to remove the jokers. Womp womp. A bit of a recently topical vibe to that. My peons turned on me. What could possibly have led to this? It was so out of nowhere. And then the I forgot to remove the jokers is not really an admission of fault. It's saying there were jokers in the deck that I didn't get rid of. It's still it's not me, it's them. I didn't do anything. Okay. to yellow again for this. Got a lot of flat surfaces, so we might as well. White rabbit banner. Yet another. Ah. Board game boxes. On the sides, the boxes of dominoes are open to create the steps. The lowest domino seemingly melted in some fashion. One of those scenarios where the shapes are just are a little off, or at least are distorted. The dominoes are irregular. The lower one is like fused to the ground, and the others have like thinner and thicker spots on them. are encountering enough grime in some of these that it's taking more than one pass, which removes the benefit of using the yellow one for coverage. As opposed to just sort of circling the trident. Doing this, you just have to remember to pulse while you're covering the area, because this pattern is likely to create small dots here and there, which on small surfaces don't account for much, but over a large enough area, it can add up and require you to find at least some of them. Which, given that it requires a great big area, can be a hassle. Getting there. Are getting there. Right. Let's get this flooring out of the way. Yellow still work here. At least on the white paint, it seems to do sufficiently. I don't have to spiral this to make it work, so it's a little easier on the wrist. Visually, it looks like you could get behind those and find a little bit more muck, but because it's so tight to the wall, they seem to have shown a little bit of mercy, and there's nothing on the back of the banners. Wall, the stuff is a little thicker and it is resisting yellow. So back to the trident for that. Let's see, what are our next plans for the game? Do you think we need to look at the HUD a little bit? I'd like to get the inventory HUD repositioned. Maybe a formal HUD for health. I can always show that over the player, but that's only viable if we have a health meter or like a bar, or it's a very few number of like a small number of like hearts. I kind of want to put it elsewhere on the screen, like, you know, top of the screen kind of vibe. One, it's a bit of a you know, nostalgia bump. Edges of the screen were a thing for a while, and I learned why that was actually really common, at least amongst Nintendo games. YouTube channel that I watch occasionally. The content can be a little bit dense because they do code reviews of like old Nintendo game ROMs to a purpose, not just because let's look at the code, but it'll be like, you know, why were the water levels, the notoriously terrible water levels of the Ninja Turtles Nintendo game so bad? And they go in and they will, using emulators and decompilers and whatnot, look at the logic that is used to explain why those problems existed. And one of the times they just sort of mentioned offhand that sometimes there was a spot, but in general it was coded such that you could set up a wait period. You could choose to have a wait period in the code that would be complete this portion of the screen draw and then do this other portion of the screen draw. And what they would use that for is like there would be a direct render of one chunk, and then they would do the sort of all of the regular logic for the screen composition of the actual game state. So things like Zelda having its health and inventory and whatnot at the top of the screen was because of that. The screen would render top to bottom, and during that period, you had the initial one, and it would wait to render that, and then it would move on to the regular logic of rendering the rest of it. So it wasn't entirely an aesthetic choice. Like, they could have done it at the bottom, but there is a mechanical reason why it's done that way, which I thought was neat. All right, what have we missed? Part of the curtain, some of the dominoes. The throne is sitting on the box for the deck of cards that is the same pattern that the croquet cards have on the back of them. If you look, you have the queen's throne is an actual throne, and then next to it is a rough little seat comparatively. It's still padded, but it's a backless seat with then a crudely added back to it with a little crown for the king logo nailed on crudely. I suspect we are going to need the ladders to get the remainder of that. Dominoes, throne curtain to throne heart, game box on the throne. Okay, art, the curtain, the raised beds on some of the gardens. Some of the tiles on the path. Hard tile, hard tile. Base. It's a base. Wait, that's a raised bed. Quickly step away. Be right back. right, we return. That one. Tile, path tile, and then the curtain bits. Grab one of our ladders here. Yeah. Evidence table plate and entrance walls. Wow. Handles, croquet card arches, entrance door hinge. Hey, let's see it. Nice. There another one? Nope. Got a bit of a second wind, so... Let's see. We did Santa's workshop. Let's do an ice rink. Dirt Finder, is there any force in the universe more destructive than the youth? Our festive ice rink is due to reopen next week and, in its current state, is unlikely to attract anyone beyond the most degenerate of the species. Since we lost its tarpaulin covering to the high winds of spring, the local flotsam and jetsam have seen fit to recreate the arena in their own image. It's also been exposed to the elements these past few months, so that too has fed into its current blight. Certainly, sitting next to our newly opened winter market, it offers bleak relief. Odd that it fully resets them. I cannot even begin to imagine the extent of moral decay present in our children that would make them behave in this way. I mean, you use the term moral decay, so not too shocked that you have a lack of imagination. You seen what they did to the polar bears? In terms like moral decay and the youth in an unironic fashion. Very much a monocle pop sort of individual. Bit of moss and grime here. I don't think a tarpaulin would have helped. Got this much moss growing over top of it. It wasn't a recent development. Jack Frost figure skating extravaganza. Santa's Gnomes ice skating lessons. Hey there, PSS. Happy New Year to you as well. The new year in about 3.5 hours over here. They're doing a bit of a Powerwash Simulator marathon here. We finished the Alice in Wonderland stuff, and we're doing one of the winter ones. One of the free DLCs, I believe. They tend to be generous with the unlicensed stuff to some extent. Ultimately not shocking. They don't have to fund the license costs of it. This next side. How are you doing today, PSS? Well, I hope. See, Parky's got you cleaning up the ice rink. He'd happily flush us all away too, given the chance. Sammy has come to sit with me, and she is adorably, kneading her paws. Sadly, she resists paw trimmings on the regular, so I usually don't keep her claws sufficiently blunted, so it's a mildly painful experience. Welcome back, 10. Power washing continues. sleepy for a while. But happily seem to have gotten another boost of energy. How didn't I get bored? I mean, I find this game enjoyable. So it's not really a matter of boredom. I don't intend to get back into the habit, but I used to do at least 4-hour streams on the regular for a while. I had to very carefully marshal my streams to be under the 6-hour editation limit on YouTube. We are back in one of the actual canonical levels in Powerwash because the gnome is present. There is a concept called abnegation, effectively a refutation or denial of existence, which is sometimes used to describe these really, to some extent, those gaming moments where you just zone out and play the game, you know? You're not thinking of anything substantial aside from just the gameplay directly. It's a way to disassociate from reality. Huh. The classic Diamond S thing. In Satisfactory, it is referred to as a summer sloop. So I don't know if that's still in the game. I know the Mercer spheres are. Can't recall if summer sloops still are. They were vestigial things in the world for quite a while. Mentioned it before while playing this, but one of the things that they do very well in this game. Hey there, is it Aki? In any event, hello, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we've been going for 6.5. No, 4.5 now. Yeah. And a bit. I figured I'd do an extra long one for New Year's. 5 hours? I might have started a little sooner than I recall. My memory has always been an unreliable thing. Never around when I need it. Yeah, we're making a good run of it. So that power wash parkour going on here. Is it really that fun? I mean, it's kind of relaxing. There is it can be kind of comforting to just go through and do something that has repeated completion. Every object has an amount of stuff on it, and if you clean all of that off, the number goes to 100%, and you get a little ding sound. It's not complicated, but it's satisfying. I think that's why the game has maintained its popularity. And right there, that's the ding. Very Skinnerbox. Joke about it, but there's a remarkable amount of climbing out on things involved in this. Well, thank you, Aki. I'm really glad with how it turned out. Pleased with. Finally figured out a change in settings to get the mouth tracking. Not that it's perfect now, but it's way better than it was. I appreciate the follow. Always game over here is I'm trying to actually get the gaming back in to break things up. We have been spending a great deal of time on our game coding. Past several months at this point. Somewhere between a few and several. I've been writing a video game. And we do coding in real time. And I joke with folks that it is not a matter of... This does not reflect, like, focused game development. Because you're not seeing... You're not seeing a veteran game developer with a particular platform language combo working at full speed. But what you do get to see is actual programming, which is neither swift nor glamorous. Messy, sometimes frustrating, and very frequently arcane and or eldritch. But a big part of the fun is learning things. Yep. Weird. It says the next channel ad shouldn't be for 3.5 minutes, but I guess that would imply that we can consider Twitch's advertising system reliable. Mural in Buckington with Parky laughing as you hosed it down the drain. So humiliating. I missed most of that. It was focused elsewhere. Is there a way to... Oh, if there's a way to see the messages again inside the level. I never really got the frenzy over a thermal insulated mug. It's not new tech. It's not even new looking, you know? Somebody just declared it cool. Yeah. that one is Ember. She's sitting on the side of the desk close to my mouse hand at the moment. My cat Sammy is on my lap. And let's see how many others we can spot. Okay, all 5 are accounted for. Sky is up in the tree. He's the big fluffy gray and white one. And then Mason and Sherbet are sitting on the bed. I have 5 cats. They're a critical element of the stream. I am. They're all precious. There was a window of time where I had 7 of them, which quite frankly is really hard. Great deal of food and maintenance that goes into that many of them. That goes into 5 of them. I want to make sure that they all get sufficient care and attention, so far 5 is a reasonable number, at least for my circumstance. Yes, my love of cats is a part of the reason, the form of the model. Kitty cat. One of the most enjoyable things that happens when you complete once you've completed a level, there's a really fun thing that happens, and that's that from a kind of a sky eye view from a remote camera, it shows the whole sequence of you cleaning this location in fast forward. Looks really neat. The bot pops in and will call out after enough time and after enough chat messages. Yeah, I thought it was odd. Ad break shouldn't have happened that frequently. Now, see, the way that I've configured the advertisements on the channel is you're only supposed to get like 3 minutes every hour, like once every hour, and there's supposed to be no pre-rolls, but the way that you're talking implies you just got double tapped, which may have included a pre-roll. This is not how it is supposed to be. But, I mean, it's Twitch being Twitch. Appreciate the opportunity afforded to me by a streaming platform of this nature. I just wish they could get their act together sometimes. Ice cream party that way, Santa's grotto the other. The reindeer lodge apparently near the ice cream party. Things that annoys me the most about the advertisements, at least on Twitch, is that they don't seem to have a lot of advertisers signed up. Because I have experienced moments on Twitch where I've gotten the same ad like 3+ times in a row. Literally back to back. Feels especially good when you get that chain of completions. Amusingly, there is a plot line to this game. This is like optional DLC. Just freebie stuff that they added to the game that we're playing right now. But there is a whole storyline. It's strange, but it is. Dirt Finder just had a terrifying thought. Polar bears and penguins don't coexist in the wild. I mean, not in a friendly fashion, they don't. But, you know, they exist in the same spaces. In fact, they live on... do they? Maybe I'm thinking seals. I thought polar bears ate penguins. You think the depiction of them interacting like this might impact our takings? I mean, clearly shows what I know. That one is Sammy. Ah, okay, Tass. Well, there you go. Penguins South Pole, bears North Pole. The more you know. I remember those PSAs that they used to tack on to the end of cartoons that existed during the period when they didn't want to do targeted advertisements towards children. You know, between the periods when they absolutely did, then they didn't, and required that there be educational content. And then the period where they didn't care and they got back to targeted advertisement. You would always have this really awkward, like, out of character moment where the characters in the show would have this, let me tell you something that's supposedly educational. Like, really stilted and awkward. The G.I. Joe cartoon had one where the catchphrase was essentially, and now you know, and knowing is half the battle. It would always be these, you know, specialized military unit shows up out of nowhere to talk to a bunch of kids. I mean, there's a... I thought... I mean, I missed the message. Thought aborted. Yeah, so... I mentioned there was there is a plot line. I don't think it actually accounts for this because, man, this place is, for an ice rink, this place has moss on it, and the moss is an indicator that it has been left exposed for a while. There is a combination of it was a combination of a volcano starting to go active. So they were getting essentially drifting ash in some places. But there is definitely an indication that they let the place get dangerously filthy on the regular. Like one of the locations is a playground where they mentioned that there were complaints that children would come away from the place feeling itchy. And no, very much not abandoned. Like, there's a reason that it got worse, but the narrative surrounding some of the locations will be things like, yeah, you know, I was transporting the Ferris wheel for our amusement park, and we lost track. It bumped loose and it went rolling down a muddy hill, you know? Three round arches and a round arch top. Yeah, like in the opening, they describe it as like, oh, the tarpaulin that we normally put over this place blew away in the wind, and then some kids, you know, defaced some of the stuff, and there are signs of like the most minor graffiti, like easily washed away kind of graffiti, but there was moss growing. You left this place completely abandoned without ever looking at it for the entire season. Like, the entire year, because it was the spring wind blew the tarp away. But let's see that replay. Isn't that neat? Looking at this now in its clean aspect, it does seem to be missing something. Would I appear weak in the eyes of the youth if I permitted them to add a flourish to the scene here and there? The polar bear looked so noble with that moustache. I'll see to it personally that your invoice is cleared within the calendar year. May I wish you, on behalf of us all at the recreational facilities, a very merry holidays. Yeah, reset Santa's workshop to start the ice rink, but the ice rink is newer than Santa's workshop. Rude. You see how they're calling us super power wash services. A running gag is that the guy that loans that gives us the initial van, like a friend gives you a van to help start the business, and he keeps giving different names when he helps you find work. So most of the people that contact you will contact you as if you like by different business names. You made it. I'm due to host this year's Halloween party, and my castle has been hit by a muck spell. You see, there's a bit of a rift growing in the witch community. While most of us have embraced a new take on Halloween, more color, vibrancy, and celebration, some like the Sour Sisters are still a bit more stuck in their ways. They'd rather we morosely moseyed around the woods, picked a few noxious herbs, flung them in the cauldron with some random offcuts, and passed the night away pulling scary faces at each other. Don't know about you, but that's the last thing I need right now. Very, what is it, Macbeth witches? So I just finished decking out the place for a festival of fun when the Sour Sisters' muck spell struck. Shameless sabotage, but the only way to deal with negative energy is to blast it with yet more positive energy, and in this particular case, a whole lot of water. So please, spray away so I can get this party started. Okay, no. Starting any of them resets all of them. I don't know why they do that, but sure, whatever. Oh, wow, yeah. Well, the place looks a bit creepy now, but fret not. Once you get going, it'll brighten up. So the idea of a muck spell is just as likely somebody vandalized the place. Actually, inside isn't much better. One of the ones that you get is a... I don't even have the Sour Sisters spell to blame for that. One of the ones that you get is a couple that moved into a house, but they were concerned about these, like, you know, script and angel language that was showing up on the walls. And they needed you to come and clean the place off. And what you find out is those are the home inspection markings. Like chalked on the walls kind of thing. Now, that's not to say actual weird stuff doesn't happen in the game. There are plenty of, like, really weird things going on. Ew. Ding, ding, ding. Danger, stay out. Double, double, spoil and cuddles. It's wicked being a witch. And bless this hex. Nice little touch with the vandalism, like changing the tone of the message that it was over. It's a relatively common sentiment amongst some viewers that they go for um, lower view count folks. I mean, if nothing else, it is a way to explore content you may not have seen before. I mean, there is something to be said for a cozier atmosphere. In general, though, you're going to find a lot of channels that are small now, but they do aspire to be bigger. Um, Kate? Yep, they completely left the trees alone. Good on them. Expedient rock cleaning pattern here. There we go. Sometimes it's like that with creative endeavors and hobbies. Sometimes you just don't feel like doing it. These folks are definitely, that one neighbor who's way into Halloween decorations. But yeah, if you do hear me speaking to somebody that you can't see in chat, I do stream on YouTube at the same time. So sometimes there is somebody in the other chat speaking as well. I do not put my chat on the stream because people cannot be trusted. One bad apple spoils the bunch. That saying that people keep leaving the back, inverting the meaning of by leaving the important bit off. It's pretty much just like the customer is always right. The way that it's used is actually the opposite of what the saying means, or was originally used for. So the customer is always right is only half of the saying. The second half of the saying is in matters of taste. No. Actually, a lot of times people will just watch and listen. Just listen. Angie pumpkin. Smiley pumpkin. Sometimes people chat, sometimes people just lurk. Like, there was a door here. I mean, I feel like the connotation of the moon on the door is usually that it's an outhouse, an outside bathroom. And I feel that it's, perhaps we could say, disrespectful to the pumpkin to put the door in its mouth. Like, if that's actually an outhouse, it shouldn't have a face. I mean, it's hard to say what it would translate to, since a lot of games don't have a, real world one-to-one when it comes to what the monies are worth. Like, is it showing you, after taxes? Is this, petty cash that we're holding? The current money inventory is in the upper right. We also don't know how many other jobs we do. Given how much it costs to upgrade the pressure washer, I presume that that is a condensed number. It's a good, like, industrial level pressure washer. Not, you know, your little mini hardware store ones. Not necessarily cheap. Zoning out a little. Tess tends to be doing other stuff when he's watching. He's one of my moderators. He's the one that chimed in when I was wondering about the polar bear penguin thing. Hey there, SK. For some folks, it has that sort of vibe. I recall one person saying that that was pretty much explicitly how they consumed the channel, is they just turned it on in the background and listened to the music and me talking. And just like lurking, it's a you do you. If you don't want to chat or anything or directly watch the channel, that's fine. Just like a lot of things is, if you're not fully enjoying the experience, there are so many options for entertainment out there. When it comes to games, nope. I just realized we say television a lot still, but it's not really the same anymore. Like, you might watch stuff on a television, but TV programs is a bit of an anachronism. Let's say shows. Like, if you don't like the show, if you don't like a game, like, take a break from it at the very least. Seek something you like more likely. fast swinging over to the Twitch side. Saying it that way does have a bit of a vibe of, has joined the dark side. To the dark side, we have free cookies, cooler base lightsabers, and these awesome robes. The Jedi offer less cool robes and very questionable politics. Maximum satisfaction. Chain ding. Good times. I mean, the cauldron with googly eyes is kind of better. It's hard to go wrong with googly eyes. It makes just about everything whimsical. Isn't it odd how the imminent arrival of visitors seems to add a thick layer of dirt to every surface? Yeah, this really has a, oh man, it was so much cleaner just moments ago. The other coven of witches, they did this. I'm sure this bedroom looked fine yesterday. Yes, definitely dark magic. I think about it, I'm not sure I ever cleaned it. I just move from room to room when the one I'm in gets a bit much. Well, earlier today we did the Mad Hatter's Tea Party one with the same vibe. Hello, Displant. currently consuming pizza rolls, or is this a equivalent to hello people? Powerwash Simulator marathon continues. Easy to reach bits and bobs, no. Apothecary, fancy. Kind of place that you go to get, bespoke artisanal homeopathy. I say that, but I feel very confident that there is a shop somewhere that decries that, all of these other homeopathic remedies have gone mainstream and lost sight of the actual healing power. I mean, when we cleaned off the little graves and whatnot, they became more whimsical. When we cleaned off the apothecary, it largely just became brighter and less whimsical. What I'm saying is I'm picking up some inconsistent whimsy. It's detracting from my experience. tangentially related at best, but there is a Warhammer 40,000 DLC that we did play for this, so again, tangentially related at best. I'm just thinking, since they have, we already have Sisters of Battle, and they've added, they have documented in female custodes. I kind of want the stereotypical scene with Space Marines shouting "brother" at each other, but with sister swapped in. I tagged something. Well, thanks for swinging through, Aki. Have a good evening. /day /whatever. There we go. Had to clean off the little Tim Burton curly Q. Now we begin with the spooky house. Seasonal ones are kind of flying by. There's grime and green slime on the building. gonna say at least it's not black pudding, but then I couldn't remember if a black pudding was worse than a green slime. I thought black puddings were pretty awful. Well, frankly, if I had to present them in a game, like in a tabletop, I would absolutely use Dragon Quest slimes recolored. It's 100% the correct way to present a D&D slime monster. Dragon Quest slime. Ridiculous, derpy smiley face and all. Oh, how cute. Is it going to attack? No, it's going to spew acid all over you and digest your bones. Had to get the momentum right, because if I didn't bounce high enough, I'd stick back to the ladder. And if I stuck back to the ladder, pressing jump again releases the ladder. But it's at an angle enough that you still drop back onto the ladder and just can move to re-cling to it. The little brick tower here, block tower, has almost a kind of a cel-shaded vibe. Very cartoony blocks. Her water wand certainly seems more capable than my hazel broom. Sounds like a euphemism. These rooms are quite heavy going. Got my familiar, Phileas Frog, to squirt the walls as I go to loosen the clag, but even so. Mind you, Phil's mouth is normally full of back chat, so it's nice to see him finally put to a good use. Impression that somebody might be performing some festive amateur demolition. Yeah. Everything else was definitely just a warm-up to get to the house here. Shingles are definitely heavier caked than a lot of the other surfaces. We're still getting speckles on the edges and in between parts of the trident, which tends to mean that it's really on there. thought the entire dormer, like the part under the little roof extension here, was considered one unit. A awkward completion pattern there. Every now and then I like to check the sound to make sure it hasn't gone flaky on me without somebody noticing. Sometimes it do that. Somebody comes in and they have to deal with an all wonky voice track. We can't have that. This one can see it. The vibes have chilled right out. After we try crime scene cleaner, assuming it doesn't, like, seize my life. Do some of my Picross games. I got a couple lined up. At least one of them looks like some sort of pseudo RPG, which could be cool. Though more likely it's kind of a narrative adventure game kind of thing. And that's just fine. I mean, that's effectively what Murder by Numbers was, and that was excellent. What's to dislike about a game where somebody gets murdered by a out-of-control parade float in the shape of a big shoe? Actually, if I recall, it might have been attempted murder. Just did, structural damage. But I can't recall. has been a bit. Excellent. Lower part of the tower going here. It's a gigantic stained glass window. We will definitely need the scaffold to get the rest of that, because there's going to be some parts on the top and sides of the frame that we're going to have trouble hitting here. We're going to get as much of it as we can. Don't have to fight with the scaffold. There we go. Just got use out of a wide nozzle. It's a big area of effect, but you really need to pay attention to what it, if to if it leaves anything behind. Because the pressure dissipates pretty quickly off of that one. Go. It's nice. Owl House. Not the Owl House. I think it gets boring all the way out here on my own, but that's really not the case. No, people think I'm crazy. No furtherance to statement. There's always something fun to do. Yesterday, I walked up to the top of the rear tower, swaddled myself in turf, and slithered down the entire stairwell like a snake. Yep. Stable individual. But how did your house get so dirty, ma'am? No idea. It's a complete mystery. I mean, you know there's going to be a particular layer of filth, like a special kind of filth layer, inside a house where somebody can say that at one point they were swaddled in turf while doing anything. The fact that she then proceeded to slither down the stairs is irrelevant. She was swaddled in turf. That's a level of filthy that you have to strive for. Go deeper, further, whatever. Maximum range. Would be an interesting touch to make it so that if, as you can see, when hitting the stuff, it knows what kind is being subjected to the water and what pressure and the like. So if you hit something that is going to flow, you could actually have the stain, potentially. You could have the stain roll down. And that depends on how they've applied the goo texture. The fact that it's kind of layered implies that they have some finer control over how it's presented. Since you can have different types of glop over top of different types of glop. Industry term that, glop. Entirely different than goo. There we go. there's a second ladder around. Need that to reasonably get those chimney tubes. Hey there, Colin. Happy New Year to you as well. Still got about an hour and a half on this side. But such is the nature of New Year's. It's pretty much the new year around the clock. How are you doing, Colin? Was this new year treating you now? I see. Oop, oop. Return to that one in a moment. Okay. Good, but good enough. Yep. Yep. This was one of those rage bait games. It might be an issue there. But it is not. We have been, let's see, we've been playing Powerwash for, we started a little bit before 4 here. It's now about 10:30, so a little under 6 hours. Wait, wouldn't that be a little over 6 hours? Math. Another one of those aspects of being a programmer that is a myth. It doesn't mean you're good at math. At best, it means you're good at looking up math. Web series that it's not too frequent, but still plenty frequent, maybe monthly or more, called Nigel and Marmalade. It's a little one-person operation. They do short animations. It is Nigel the Tiny Wizard and his dog horse Marmalade. The dog is effectively a rectangle with little nubbin legs that the Tiny Wizard rides on. The Tiny Wizard's voice is largely like Squeak's, but you can kind of make out what he's saying when you look at the subtitles. It's largely a misadventures sort of thing. Nigel is his magic is very versatile and potent, but he is an unreliable spellcaster as far as both his idea of what a solution could be and how it plays out. It's not sophisticated by any means, but it's that casual sort of silly funny. Wow, you're nearly done. I'm getting so excited. I can't wait for the party now. Last couple of weeks, I brewed up some real winners in the apothecary. Oh, okay. Apparently, apothecary is woo-woo for meth lab. Love potions, dance charms, laugh incantations, and even vocabulary-boosting conjurations. There's a different name for a love potion that you have available just arbitrarily at a party. It's going to be Mega Fantastico. They show up in fiction, at least old fiction, plenty, but a love potion is the shadiest thing ever. Quite often. It can definitely be that it will backfire, but I mean just as much the urge or want to have it, like to want it for use. Like they don't frequently present the person who wants a love potion as the villain, but when you think about it, they kind of are. Yes, indeed, I would like to rob this person that I like of free will. It's right up there with your Sleeping Beauty and Snow White's curses that are broken with a kiss, you know? Oh, it's true love's kiss. It will break any curse. How? How is that true love? Like, she's comatose. I feel like we have a different grasp of what that word means. Given the way it's frequently used, it's more like, you know, true thirst first kiss kind of thing. We got the, oh man, you're nearly done message at less than 88%. Bring the ladder. There it is. Yep. There we go. Ooh. We're getting there. We're getting there. Little incidental hits. This particular map has, I think, some weak spots compared to the others. Like, it is house roof is one of the completion zones. Broken that up a little bit more. Mentioning before, like one of the strong points of the game is how they subdivide everything so the reward feedback that you get is frequent. And in a lot of ways, it's frequent and expected. I finished cleaning this thing, and it told me, hey, congratulations, you finished cleaning that thing. By keeping that thing smaller, the rewards come steadily. What I'm saying is that the game is depriving me of my hit of happy hormones, and I don't appreciate it. Like, this one has each of the window panes as well, each of the major segments of windows as a separate thing, which, again, helps with that reward feedback. But then, like, here and here, we get that feedback, but up here, it's the entire dome. Which, I mean, it can be useful at the end when you're trying to locate things that they're bigger chunks. But even if that ends up being the case where you can locate it faster, you run into the problem that it's then finding the problem with that gigantic thing. Nice, nice. On we go. 97%. We're getting there. Are getting there. Goes the roof. Impression that the remainder of that roof ridge there is dangling off the, like, is on the, it's facing. Under that one. Nope. Yep. Go get some of the bits here. Ladder will be useful elsewhere. $99. Fall off again. And again. random trivia. There is a one of those kind of medieval combat ones. And by that I mean it's kind of a team versus team brawl kind of game where you're equipped in various levels of armor from your chains and plates and all of that stuff, and wielding a period appropriate weaponry. And I believe it's called Mordhau. And Mordhau it's the name of a stance or a particular form of strike in longsword combat in HEMA. Which I thought was neat. This part of the roof says it has. Oh, well, yeah, there it is. Are we missing? House pillar, side door handle, house window frame, jack-o'-lanterns, pumpkin shed, suspended owl turret. Bring me my long gun. Oh, well. Worried I was going to be looking for something subtle. This was not the case. Well, door handle. One of the jack-o'-lanterns and one of the window frames. One of you pumpkins is not compliant. Handle on the apothecary, one of their lanterns, a couple of the signs, window on the herb house. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff yet. Window frame. Happy New Year, Colin. Entrance door handle. Entrance roof. Okay. Okay. Pillars. This pillar. All right. All right, Laura. Have a good night. One or two of these are incomplete. All right, let's see it. Ah, very nice. I think that'll do it for the night, folks. Let's see. That is all but one of the seasonals. And there's still one DLC left. So the yacht, or the pool, or whatever it is, and the Shrek one. The Shrek one likely containing multiple. But we'll pick those up the next time we get around to it. By then, there will probably be other levels to complete too. But thanks for joining, everybody. I hope your year has been good, and I hope the new one is better. Or at least as good. Fingers crossed and all. But yes, thank you for watching. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, all that good stuff. It helps the channel grow and helps you find content like this in the future. With all that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and Happy New Year.